Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Thank you very much for the bits and for the 22 months. Do very much appreciate. Enjoy your continued ad reviewing as well as frog emotes, as well as my appreciation. Do very much appreciate. I am just kind of getting started. So we'll jump into some Zomboid, and then that's the plan for today. And then I do have plans to play some Room World here soon as well, because well, Odyssey dropped, so we'll probably try to create an intelligent frog army of some kind, which sounds fun. Okay. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Today's been a bit recoupy though. Like I had I was really feeling well this morning, so I was like, I'm gonna have a little bit of rest and recoup a bit. Let's see, but I'm doing good now. Yeah. I've been having fun with Abiotic Factor. I'm definitely gonna be playing more of that game at some point here soon as well. Like basically I'd like to make a really cool base with that, and then it's gonna be releasing final content soon, so to have a sort of a customized setup that's better will be nice. I did some writing about it, and which of how I want things set up. That's a really cute emote. Yeah. So right now the plan is going to be to hopefully get rabbits established. There we go. Mm-hmm.
時間です。
Oh, look, it's
利
Buzz.
息がつきます。
Hi, Buzz. Hopefully you're having a good day. How have you been? How's the 2-year run been? Have you been enjoying some of the other stuff lately? I know that you've been enjoying some Red Dead and a few other things. You can miss me, but I'm always there. 2 years is going good. That's good. I've been enjoying. Yes, but if you aren't following Buzz, you guys should follow Buzz. Buzz is great, and I'm glad that 2 years is going solid. I kind of can't wait to see how you're going to do things here soon. Plus, there's a bunch of new stuff coming out here, near closer to like later on in this month, and plus like things like RimWorld as well. If you're into that kind of thing, I'm not sure. I know that I'm gonna give it another try. They added frogs, so it's more than likely I'm gonna be interested in that. I'm gonna do my little intro thing. Um, Hi, Chess. So today I'm doing Rat Race. Last little while I've been doing a little bit of Vintage Story, and I've been playing. I played Abiotic Factor, and I got through the story, and it was great. It's awesome playing that with Rat. It's been a good time. I do plan to play it more as well, because they're gonna be releasing new content at the end of the month. Yeah, I'm hyped. Hyped for new things. Okay.
You're amazing.
Thank you very much for the follow. I've got peaceful plans to try and get my farm up. These carrots are gonna help. Oh, I was expecting that to give me back a couple of sheets. Oh. Grab those carrots. Mhm. My mouse is being weird. Again. I think my power supply in my PC is starting to go. It's not good to do it. Well, maybe. I'm glad that I'm seeing my PC again. PC is one of the games that I'll always probably enjoy. It's really fun. It's just, I like to spice things up. And learning a new game is always, it takes a little bit of effort. I do like a biotic factor though. I think it's neat. And I do have plans to stream some RimWorld here in the near future as well. because Odyssey just dropped, and I didn't expect that it was gonna drop today. I thought it was gonna drop tomorrow. I probably should have been paying better attention, but that's okay. Likely, I'm gonna try and make intelligence frogs into an army. That doesn't mean that I'm not gonna put a little bit more effort into the rat race. It's not. I'm not gonna give up on the rat race. I'm not the kind of person that likes to give up. Not within me. Go. I just need a stone. Oh, that's what I'll do in the next pull. And I'm gonna probably pull that one. I just want to write this idea down really quick. We'll do probably two, but it will be. I'm actually gonna pull everywhere this time, not just on Discord. I want to see a swath of everything. So I'm probably gonna pull time, and then I'm also gonna be pulling split streams. What I mean by split streams would be exactly what it sounds like. That half the stream I play one thing, half the stream I play another thing. There's a few folks that I know that do that. Need to see though. Ooh. I need a rock. That's what I need. I'm gonna go put this stuff away. I don't think the fog's gonna be done by today. Uh, Okay. Mm, okay, 1 second. Mm. There we go. Mm, never. Oh, we don't have no, we don't have it no clothing at all. There'll be some on the scarecrow. This is why I like this start when I play CDDA is because the scarecrow almost always has clothes that are not ripped at all. And sometimes it takes a while to get clothes that aren't ripped. Hmm. No. I was like, well, gotta rest. Has there been a PZ update? Technically, there was one that was updated PZ to 42.10. While the 42.10 update isn't everything I wanted it to be, which is because, well, I mean, perhaps because there are certain aspects of it that are not. Yeah, I'm just looking at the food. Um, there it is some work that needs to be done. But in saying that, it's not a surprise because it's it's the unstable build. It's not like it's unexpected. It definitely isn't unexpected, but it is it's one of the reasons why I've been kind of doing more variety. That and also like I mean a game went on sale, I bought it and then I wanted to play it naturally. So that's kind of a bigger thing though in my opinion that I should probably enjoy a little bit more is that and that's essentially one of the things that I used to do all the time. So I'm going to keep doing that, I think. I play what I enjoy. I don't if I'm finding less enjoyment, then I'm gonna, I'm not gonna play. That's how that's gonna work. Now, that's not to state that I'm not enjoying PZ in its current state, because it's got a lot of things that are great. It's just that, you know, I want to be enjoying what I'm doing, because that's that way I have the most I don't know. It's the most there's some excitement behind it, you know. Okay. What does everyone have trapping except you? It's not RNG. It's I started with Hunter. So I make sure that I'm set up to succeed. And if I don't have something like that, I go out of my way to make sure that it's there. So it's less about RNG, more about planning. I set myself up to succeed. It's just like why my character's a police officer. Yes, Van Higgins was originally a police officer. This is that is the nature of the character. But if I am gonna be seriously participating in the rat race, um, we're going to want to make reloading as painless as possible when that happens. And aiming. Like, I mean, you can theoretically max the two skills. It's just it will take a long time. Assuming that you get a decent amount of ammo from all of the locations, and then, in theory, technically, because it's all forageable and you can find it on the zombies, and the zombies are essentially endless if you go off into no man's land. Um, you can technically max it, even in the worst possible scenario of not receiving ammo for an extended period of time. I'm still waiting and hoping for boyering, though, to be honest. I was very much excited to see that in there in the crafting trees, like that bow and arrows, and we'll see. It'd be super neat. I liked playing with the bow in Z-Bay when I had that modded, the bow and arrow mod. It was cool. Although not really effective from a zombie killing standpoint. I mean, you could kill a couple of them. But it's slow, remember, and it's meant to be because it's not meant to be the like it's meant to be the kind of pick off a couple of zombies and like do things slowly and stealth, right? It's not meant to be played on time 16 essentially. Time 16 is even times 10 or times 8. They're both under the same idea of the zombies are not supposed to be that like there isn't supposed to be that many of them, right? Max pop runs are add a lot to the grind, a lot to the tedium. And it's somewhat by design though. They're meant to be that way. I think you'll find trapping eventually. The trick right now to trapping is to not use agriculture, at least for the rat race. In a regular run, you would be able to grow crops, though. They take a long time and they're not really worth their time investment, but you can still grow them. Eventually that'll get fixed, though. Eventually, because I'm sure that like, the things that I talk about, almost all of the things are on the forums already. Have people have mentioned it and have talked about it. Yeah, with luck, things will be good. Oops, no, don't do that. The reason why these are filling up with water is because it's snowing, which is a cool new feature they added. That when it snows, it adds water to tainted water to things. Less than rain, but still some. Makes winter runs more viable. Like doing the endless snow. Endless snow is fun. I don't know, I like snow in general in the game. How's my weight doing? It's coming down. Wait, and then we'll sleep. Hi, Chili. I gotta grab this. And a mitt full of nails. Is this Harry Potter music? It might be. I know that it's like it probably can get used in that. A lot of the Harry Potter arranges though are overtures of old classical music, kind of. They're inspired by. Similar to a lot of that stuff though. You know, one thing comes from another. There's a lot of good classical music. I used to listen to classical music all the time. I still do, kind of, but it's not as much as I used to. I need to get back into that stuff. It's stuff that I used to be big into. And it'd be nice to kind of take Emma to those kinds of events in the future. Oh, I should be foraging. Here's another 4. Hey, it's M-Bomb. Or wait, no, that's Emma. It's my brain is. I thought it was M-Bomb. No, that's Emma. Hey, Emma. I'm doing okay. I'm trying to see what I need to do, and a lot of it is just waiting, which ends up being less than ideal. The reason being is I need to build up rabbits, and in order to build up rabbits, I need to forage for forage goods, and then once my rabbits are a little bit more in the positive, then we'll we'll be able to do a lot more. Currently, I've got 4 traps active. That means that I have an average of probably about 2 rabbits that I can produce, assuming that the raccoons don't keep showing up at a time in an exchange for things that I forage. The raccoons themselves will not benefit me all that much. Their caloric values are not good. Neither are really nothing's good at the moment for a lot of that stuff. Calories, I mean. But outside of doing well, these are good though for it's sugar beets. But we'll see. I'm gonna cook up all the rabbit meat, or not rabbit meat, rodent meat that I have currently. Do you have farming knowledge, Higgins? You do. I'm going to take... Go to the lake. And then our plants. I hit F1 instead of F2. Sorry about the sneeze. Hello. Doing pretty good. Making progress. Three twine here. Next in this bag that I'm bringing back with me. I need to bring this back with me as well. Alright, and time to dig furrows. Ooh, there's no dirt there. Grass here. Yeah, in a couple of years. Uh, Place that there. Do I have multiple bases? Kind of. Like, I've gotten very slow. I would say that I have several outposts, though, yeah. Base is not exactly what I would call them. They're locations that I stay that are relatively safe that I sleep at. Not real bases yet, though. Because, establishing a real base on Time 16 is not something that you do right away. Um, in 2 years normally you would be able to be having established bases and stuff. The reason why I wouldn't say that is because so I did 0 to hero with this character, meaning that I would know zero fitness, zero strength, and it takes a bit to get that off the ground with the with the high muscle strain, so it ended up taking a lot longer. And I didn't really rush either. Like, I was just kind of taking my time. It would gradually get in there. With low settings, it just takes time and practice, that's all. Eventually you get to a point where the zombies themselves aren't what's killing you. It's more that you can note your mistakes and then trace back everything. And then, you'll get to a point where only the small mistakes will kill you. It's less about you being a noob in that way and being a noob in the other way. Spelt NEWB, which because you're new, or even if you're not new and based on your hours, it's just that you need a little bit more time to get the understanding. That's all. You'll get there. Everybody can get there. It's not it's not gated by anything other than time, and then your own choice, like how you feel. Or in pain. I don't think I can sleep yet. It's forwarding brings down the pain, but has us panicked. I'm going to reconsolidate over here. That was when. Oh, how did I sleep? Soundly. Why? What do you mean? What does the window being open have to do with anything? You think the zombies are gonna somehow scale the wall and climb into through the window on the second story? I don't think they can do that. Also, the it's actually a good habit to have is to have your window open. It's an escape route. It's a place I can jump out if I feel in danger. It opens options. So the mysterious pole vault. This isn't Plants vs Zombies. I definitely have zombies on my lawn though sometimes. How are my rabbits doing? Yeah, but if their zombie was driving around on a forklift, don't you think they would do something a little bit more like aggressive, like ram the player with a car or something? Oh, oops. Well, I'll be back to pick you up in a moment. The nefarious balloon zombie. To remove these, or actually no. Well, yeah, we'll remove them for now. So I'll go put these in the house. Get some water. I need to bring a trash can here. At least 3 traps worth of potatoes. Maybe one more. What level's my carving, anyways? There we go. Water. Bail from this area for a minute. $79? Yeah. Mhm. Oh, oops. Okay, I need to move these traps anyways, because I need to bring them over here. Oh wait. Six first, I guess. It's not a far move, but I need to move them over just a little bit. I'm gonna give it a day, just in case when I unload this area that those reset, because sometimes they do, and I don't want to lose the hay. Hello. We'll bring these things back with us here in a moment, but I am going to do some more carving. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? It's going soon. Oh, you just got abiotic? Oh, you just got off abiotic, right? Is what you mean? That game is great. I like that game. I'm gonna get back on that at some point. But today I wanted to do Rat Race. Tomorrow I'm going to do because today is what? Today is Saturday or Friday? I think it's Friday today. Yeah, it's Friday. Okay, so today is gonna be this, like Rat Race. Tomorrow I want to do some Room Worlds, the new expansion, and then maybe Sunday we'll do Abiotic, depending. But Sundays after we'll see. Well, I gotta see what about D&D to kill some of the M robots. But yeah, it's definitely. Oh, no, we gotta stop. And we can drop these on the ground. These can go over here. Okay. Grab back all this stuff. Bring it with me. 4 active traps right now. But yeah, that's my plan for the current time. And then I'm gonna be doing polls here in the near future on everything. I'm gonna do a poll everywhere. Because I want to gauge like what people think is best for certain stuff. So like times and what's it called? Um, splitting up the stream is a good idea if I plan to do well, on average, I like the idea of doing like 10-hour streams. Assuming that I split it up, it'd be two. I could split them into 5 hours of two separate games, or I could do 10 hours straight of one style of game. It just depends. And those are the things that I'm thinking about right now because we approach October, uh, that's when my move is. So I'm going to be moving in with Emma, and then I'm going to make an attempt at streaming as a profession and see how it goes. Um, that's what I've been working towards, kind of, sort of. Although, we'll see. The big thing is just to be able to be with my partner. That is the big thing. Everything else is kind of sort of a bonus. For now. But I do talk about it quite a lot, and I try to let folks know what my plans are. So the next 3 days I kind of have planned, sort of. Sort of. Depending. Like, I might continue doing RimWorld, or I might jump back into Rat Race on Sunday. I haven't decided yet, 100%. All I know, though, is that I do know that on the 22nd, the Abiotic releases its full version, which I kind of want my character to be in a better situation, like, in terms of totals. Like, so I can experiment if there's new weapons and stuff like that. I also am considering doing a hardcore playthrough of Abiotic, where I'm not allowed to die. Not once. But that said, that's going to be super duper hard, and I know it because the amount of times I've died in that game in situations where it seems like I was doing okay is rough. It reminds me of Terraria. Terraria is a game that I don't know if I could play it hardcore because it is. You just can get killed sometimes. There are people that do it though. Crossplay? Yeah, crossplay would be good. It's always good to be inclusive. I like that stuff. Like when everybody's like it includes all. I just we're almost at that a somewhat sustained point. For weight, but I still need I need to build up rabbits so that there's no worries ever. That's the big thing. I should be able to do one batch of working out before we go to bed, and then actually, I kind of want to do it here. Your legs are killing you. My back was hurting today. And also, I intended on getting on a lot earlier, but I started not feeling well, so I was like, I'm gonna have a bit of a rest. So I rested, and then I was like, okay, I should be good to stream now. So here I am. If I'm ever not feeling like I'm good to do it, I'm not gonna do it, you know? I don't think that it's wise to, especially if you're not having fun or any of those things, it's not good. I do love Zomboid. I really do. It's a fantastic game. That is genuine. But you know, certain aspects of it are a little bit tiring. Like so far, oh, had a nightmare. Waiting for the rabbits to have enough rabbits is it's not what I want to be doing. I want to go and do other stuff, but obviously I can't do that because I need to situate my. The thing is you need your base in order to be sturdy. That's the thing. Your core gameplay has to be sturdy. Otherwise, you're not you'll falter and your character will get weak and you'll lose track. Think about winter. I know I'm in May right now, and so hey, oh, thank you very much for the sub. Do very much appreciate. um Enjoy your ad free viewing as well as your frog emotes. The Yeah, some parts of Zomboid can be very tedious. It's not intentional, like, or it is intentional. Because with tedium comes appreciation, right? Because you get through the tedious stuff and then you're like, wow, okay, I'm done that now and I don't have to do it again. And the thing about Zomboid is a lot of the gameplay is like permanent. Once you get certain things done, they don't go away. Once you have an established farm, you have an established farm. It's there. It is established. Um, right? Same for when you level your skills. The only way you lose your skills is if you die. Now, if you die, a lot of people play permadeath, and if the folks that do play permadeath, well, they're gonna start a new world. So, you know, it ends up being interesting in that way. I'm gonna eat all of these rabbits as well. Get that calorie number up as high as I can, and then so we're gonna forage a little bit on our way down to water the crops. Yeah, I know a lot of people there's ooh, frog. Um there's a lot of people that it's tough, right? Waiting for the stable version of 42, and then there's a lot of things in 42 that are kind of that are not ready and that are not optimized. But eventually, it'll get there. So I need a trash can here, and I need a trash can at the other place too. Which reminds me that I gotta bring a trash can. So we're gonna drop off this backpack and we're gonna go take a trash can over there. Why? Because then I can delete items. There's a lot of items that I just am never ever gonna use, so I'm just gonna delete them. Because if I do need more of them, I can get more of them. Just better to have some resources controlled than to have too many excessive resources everywhere and it cluttering everything up. I don't like clutter. Do I multi-stream? These VODs get uploaded to YouTube gradually. Although when I'm able to focus on it more, I'm gonna catch up all my VODs, and then I might multi-stream in the future for YouTube and Twitch at the same time. Currently, I don't though, because currently I work, and then the streaming isn't my job yet, so my primary focus is going to be focusing on the move and focusing on my current stuff. So present day things that are important. And then when I do finally get my move done and moved in with Emma and everything's good, then I can start focusing on, okay, now we can put in that rock solid schedule that I want. We can put in the, you know, the differing platform streaming or other such things. I have tried multi-streaming in the past. It's not terrible. You get to meet a lot of cool people from that are on each platform. Oh, thank you very much for the gifted subs. It's very kind. We very much appreciate you. Those that received a gifted sub, enjoy your ad-free viewing as well as your frog emotes. Um, I should also, I want to note this really quickly as well. If you want to wait, there's closer to the end of the month. I'm gonna be there's going to be my birthday, and like during my birthday, there's going to be a discount on subs. So just to give you some heads up if you're going to do more and or other stuff. Not that I'm asking, I want to make sure that you get the most for your currency. When is it? 25th. It's my birthday. It's a 35% off. Which else? Like I said, I'm not asking or anything like that. It's just I want to make sure that you're not wasting currency. Mm-hmm. I get to celebrate being old. I'm old, but I've always been old. That doesn't stop. You don't stop being old if you were born old. You did, I assume, a while on Mixer back then. Oh, then you might remember me then, because I was a Mixer partner at one point in time, long time ago, slash Beam. Before that, I did stream on Twitch. But yeah, I've got a history of streaming. I've been streaming for over a decade, so it ends up being, a process. It was a major setback. I didn't go to Facebook when offered. Facebook offered to buy it, like to pay me, and I said no. I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to. And then I took there was a year I took off, and then like for trying to I actually almost lost my interest in video games for like at one point. I was it was one of my lower moments for sure. Um and then Yeah, you still hate the Facebook gaming? I'm not. I don't dislike it. I just I didn't want to be on there, and it was so I knew initially that Mixer was going to go. Like I already knew. The signs were there. I just when they did drop it when they did, it was because of drama and a bunch of other stuff that they felt compelled to do it right away. Like to which ended up it still was a bit of a surprise for me at that time because I wasn't expecting it at that moment or at that moment in time. I'm still peeking. Um, there. Hopefully that solves that. If they did, only they implemented co-streaming. Oh, you mean like having both streams available? Multi-streaming is a thing that exists. You got to set it up through sites, but they do co-streams. Co-streams do exist. They're not in the same way though. Mixer had it set it up where if you did a co-stream on your browser, you actually could watch both streams, right? Those sites exist. Yeah, I remember all that stuff. It's a fond memory and it's a little bit it was tough. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be one of their priorities at the moment. That said, though, I am happy to be back at it, sort of thing, and like I mean, it's not like I've been gone. Like I mean, I've been streaming for the last couple of years, and I've been very much enjoying Zomboid as well as other games that I've played. Um, Abiotic Factor was really fun. I do intend to play more of that. This was bait in that one. This one. Drop you there. You broke my knife. Fucker. But yeah, you've been waiting for your desktop to straighten out. I need to. So when I move in with Emma, Emma's gonna be giving me her old PC. Her old PC is like 400% better than my current PC. So I'm looking forward to that. Um, Hopefully that will make it so that my power supply issues are not an issue anymore. Because I've been having some problems with my mouse disconnecting. That said, though, I'm really, really hyped to just be with Emma. I don't care about the whole PC stuff or anything, really. It's just to be there and be with her is more important to me. And then everything else will just kind of come naturally at that point, I hope. I'm hopeful. Yeah. I remember some interesting times from back then. It's a pure hobby. That's fair. Still, there's always potential, right? So long as you're having a good time, having fun. I need to go get a new knife, which is why I'm walking back in the first place. You're not a connected person IRL. That's understandable. A lot of folks are very introverted unless they are but you still need social interaction. Even some of the most introverted, like internal people, they still need a little bit because human beings are social creatures. So even if you're like the most you're the happiest person on the earth being by yourself, still you need something. There is something you need. Oh. Grumpy as you still enjoy company. Yeah, it's one of the things, right? It's we just need the interaction. We need people. I need at least someone. There we go. I need to continue to farm rabbits. We've almost got our rabbit situations kind of better. I want to be in the 30 range for rabbits though before because that means that it gives me a month roughly, a little bit more than a month if I really stretch it. If you have 30 rabbits. The Emma's a very introverted person as well. Emma's very internal, likes to be by herself. Yeah. It was interesting. I very much enjoyed when we first met kind of thing, but like again, kind of. Because Emma was on my friends list for years. Years and years and years. I added Emma, I'm pretty sure because of we were playing TF2 together. And I'm like ages ago. Like long time ago. Um and I think that's how that went. Because it was so long ago, I don't really remember fully. But I just remember Emma existing on my friends list for an eternity and not really thinking anything of it. One day, though, Emma and I were talking, right? We started chatting. Emma was having a particularly bad time. And me being the person that I am, I was like, okay, well, I mean, maybe I can help. Um, and lo and behold, go from there, flash forward like to now, like been in a relationship with Emma for ages, for years. We've spent tons of time together watching different things, watching Emma play games, watching movies and shows and animes and visual novels. Like it's all been really cool. Team Fortress 2, I think it was 2. I think it was the second one. And I try really hard to remember why I added Emma at some points, but I can't really remember. Back then it was a bit of a blur when I added people, kind of. Sometimes it was because I really liked their gameplay style. Sometimes it's, why do you add a stranger to your friends list, right? I don't know. But I'm super appreciative that I did. It's just something that happens, right? And it's magic. All right, so I'll pick this up. So we've got 2 active traps right now. I'd like to have a few more. All right, and as you can see, we currently have 7 rabbits. Yeah, you connect with them, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes they just disappear. I had a particular, well, to be put it plain, somebody whom I was dating, they got, they just got distant, and as they got more distant, they stopped messaging, and then they were just gone, which sucks. It sucks when that happens. And then you get the other kinds, the folks that message you daily and wave at you. I don't ever have the capability of holding a grudge. I just can't do it. It's not something that's within me. So if folks do message me and they're looking to say hi and that sort of thing, again to reconnect, um, it's one of those things that's weird sometimes, but it's like it's fine. Yeah, there's something that's like that for some people, you know? Hey, look, it's Frog. Hi, Frog. Hopefully you're having a good day. Hopefully your vintage story's going good. It's crazy. I mean, it's just another thing. At this point, I could live infinitely if I wanted to. It's just, usually what kills my characters is combat interactions. Me making a mistake. But once you get to this stage, you essentially can live forever. It's yeah, it just takes practice, that's all. Same as Vintage Story, right? I'm sure that in the beginning of your stages of Vintage Story, you were dying on repeat. Same as me, same as everyone, right? Those wolves are brutal. They chase you down. There's no getting away. Sometimes you don't even see that lion that you stepped on their tail. You know? But then, as time goes on, it gets more natural. You get better at the combat. You die a lot less. You make less mistakes. And that's just the progression of games. Serious about that. Yeah, that's true. But we can all be dark. We all have our dark moments. That's why in my intro I do have that because I have my highs and my lows. I'm a dynamic individual just like everyone, right? We're all varying in our levels. Sometimes you're going to feel very positive, sometimes you're going to feel very negative. Sometimes you're going to be defensive. Sometimes you're going to be happy and just like, skipping around. It's just the way it is. That's life. You're not always gonna be that, in your peppiest of moments. They still kill you all the time. They killed me recently. What was it? Lions. Lions killed me recently. And also this new mob that Rhett added to the RP server, um, is that new mob was brutal. It dropped these little golem things that just murdered me. They were so fast, and I went and hid behind a fence and was trying to run away, and it climbed the fence and chased after me anyways. So I was like, oh wow, okay. But it happens. It's just part of learning. Okay, I'm gonna set traps with these. We're actually almost at a sustained weight capability, which is nice. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully you're having a good day, Frog. I've been very much enjoying the Rustbound magic. That's probably it. I'm keen on those kinds of mods though. Those kinds of mods are the kinds of mods that I look at and enjoy. I think I've mentioned it before to a few people, but the more convoluted a crafting tree can be is more fun for me. It's not fun for other people though. That's the thing, right? So to have like a mitt full of really, really complicated stuff, but that it's worth it in the end, like it feels nice when you complete it, that's vintage story in a nutshell. Abiotic Factor is kind of like that too. It feels good to complete stuff when you've made things worth it. If it's not worth it, then obviously you're not going to have as easy a time, you know? Yeah, because sometimes the complexity is what matters. Vintage stories is what you've always wanted Minecraft to be. See, I've played mod packs that are like Vintage Story for Minecraft, like advanced mod packs well, like old mod packs like Tech It, Infinity Evolved, Crash Landing, and then I played new mod packs like there's a couple of them, but I find that there comes a stage with those mod packs where you're just walking into a mine, collecting a couple of things, and then suddenly you are an unkillable super machine that is able to just produce items, which is cool. And I did enjoy it, and I do enjoy that style of gameplay, but it's definitely I like there still being fail chance, you know? What's the objective? If you want the basic like lore of Minecraft, I'm sure that there's another person's perspective and there's probably official canon lore, but essentially Steve and is it Alexi? Something like that. Those two are essentially gods of that universe. That is essentially what they are. Because they start out with nothing, you know, wooden tools and whatnot, but eventually they produce and are able to do some absolutely ridiculous feats. So they end up being, and the whole point of the game is it's a sandbox game. You create your own goals. Of course, there are some goals that you can do through the achievement system, like defeating the Ender Dragon and, you know, finding the end cities, getting yourself some elytra, uh, collecting all the animals, fighting things in the nether, like the wither. Apparently, they made ghasts friendly now too, which is cool. So you can like tame a ghast. Happy ghasts or exist, or maybe that might not be out yet, but it's neat. It's just a sandbox game. It's kind of like any sandbox game, right? Where you create your own adventure and you set up your own goals. Whether it's to set up a cool mob farm so that you can make resources easier to get, or yeah, it is kind of quick. That's why I played modded, because then you could add things like industrial craft where you would be striving to get your nano suit, and then after your nano suit you're striving to get your quantum armor so that you can be really, really strong and run around. And but it's I really enjoyed the complicated recipe versions of it. I have the more difficult ones to do, like Greg Tech or those harder ones. I just they fit me better, you know. Last time you played those kinds of things, I very much enjoyed. Now, I wouldn't say that I'm the best at that kind of stuff. I was fairly good at it, but I was like, you know, I did. It's admittedly, it's all fair. It was fairly difficult. That's why you like abiotic. It's abiotic's cool, and I definitely will probably. Well, it's not. I will play more of it, especially when they release. They're releasing 3 days before my birthday. Like that, they're releasing the full game. How can I not play it? You know? I'm gonna try Minecraft eventually. Yeah, it's just go in expecting that it's not gonna be like a Biotic or Vintage Story. Minecraft is very much a it's a lot more relaxing. It's more it's meant to be a sandbox game where you can make yourself like a yeah, yeah. It's a lot easier. Didn't I stream it for 15 hours? I so my abiotic streams were really funny. If you go back and look at the times, it's a little bit crazy. It was like in 3 days, or what was it? Sorry, in 5 days, I did 70 hours. It's because I had the time and I was enjoying myself and I was enjoying the story and I was enjoying reading the lore and like I was reading about the different like that they're essentially like SCPs or Half-Life monsters, which was kind of cool to like see the different kinds and it was just it's neat and I like that stuff. It was cool. And I'm looking forward to when they will release because well then, there will be more. 15, I think one of the streams was 15 hours. You wish you had that time anymore? I mean, I do now, but not always. Sometimes I've got work, and when I have work, I'm not able to. So, like, I've got stuff that I can do. And if I were to show, like, so on average for my streams right now, while I'm still in work mode, due to the way that I work, my schedule can't ever be static. I would never put my job on the same level of emergency services because it's not. My job is not built on, but it's similar in scheduling where suddenly stuff comes up and then that's it that it needs to be dealt with. Where we send teams like so to clean essentially. My job's not a secret or anything. I just I'm wary that I don't want to get doxxed kind of thing, but my profession is that I co-own a cleaning company. So we do commercial and residential cleanings and it's fairly good. It's good work. And but the thing about that is that eventually I'm not going to be part of the business anymore. I'm going to be moving on when I move in with Emma. And it's at that stage that I will be setting up a real schedule for streaming. So, So currently, not got a real schedule. It's pretend at the moment, where I just stream whenever I'm able to, and then sometimes, based on my stamina and capability, sometimes I can go for a really long time. Especially given my old competitive gaming history, where I used to play like Overwatch and at a similar caliber. So, Project Zomboid is my third most played game, and I have roughly between 5 and 6,000 hours in this game. His third most played. The second most played was roughly, I think it was 1,400 or 14,000, but I can't remember, hours in Overwatch. I played a lot, like a lot. It was roughly 9,000 plus hours on a single character on that game as well. And then if we look at my Minecraft history, there's like 40k hours there. It's like something ridiculous and ludicrous, and anybody putting that amount of time into anything would be but I used to play every single day. Every day. And sometimes I would put in sessions that are like those abiotic streams. For another example of that would be that VTube Studio is something that I started using in December, right? December does isn't that long ago, right? How long ago is December, right? Couple of months. You know, it's July, so it's roughly 7, 8 months, right? I have almost 2,000 hours in use of the program now. Like that's it's insane. I only use it when I'm streaming. Like exactly. Like it's if you really look at the amount of hours that are involved, it's a bit crazy. But it's because I like what I do. I like streaming. I like my hobbies, and it's fun. You like the big VTuber thing? I like my tuber. I think it's cool. It's future proofed as well, so that in the future when I'm with Emma, I mentioned this already. Emma's introverted. Emma is not the kind of person that would want to be on camera at all, not even a little bit. So my tuber's initial purpose is to make it so that my partner is able to kind of participate and be around and come hug me if she wants to, or that there's no pressure. That's the intent. Plus, I like this sort of stuff. Although I never really foreseen myself participating in tubers quite the way that I am, but you know, it is neat still, and I'm happy. Yeah, if Emma wants to do like a cooking stream or something in the future, if then we can maybe consider it, but that's gonna be like way down the line, like years from now, when we've talked about that sort of stuff, and you know, when she's ready, kind of thing. Because Emma's been on stream before, it's just not she hasn't been on stream in many many years, and it's not something that she really enjoyed too much back then. I remember back then it being kind of hit or miss sometimes when Emma would want to be on stream. And sometimes there was anxiousness where Emma would just be like, "Nope, I'm not doing it today. Can't do it." And then she would be like she would be feeling bad about that, and I don't ever want to put that on her. That's not fair. Hey, look, a pineapple. Yep, enjoy. Ta. Enjoy whatever it is you're up to. But yeah, that's life though, right? Gradually we'll get to where we want to be. It's just a matter of time. And then I want to do it with things that I enjoy. And I'm not in a rush. I have no problems with my how I look, my appearance. It doesn't match me internally though, which is a problem. But that's fine. I've been complimented on my looks before, but it's one of those things where I'm just like, you know, it's one of those, eh. I'd rather match my internal with my external, if it's possible as well. So it's another reason to have a tuber. Less questions. And sometimes I'm capable of answering those questions. Sometimes I'm in the mood where I'm like, you know what, I can give you a piece of my mind in a way so that you can see my perspective. Other times, though, like I said before, ebbs and flows. There are times where I can't put into words exactly how I feel. And it is not a good feeling sometimes to not be able to like apply a voice to the words that I have, you know, describe things. Oh, oops. I'll be back. Give me a second. There we go. Yeah, giving the audience a sense of presence is fine. Yeah. It's definitely been it's been interesting. Before having the super, I had a sign that was on up, a little sign that showed kill count and stuff. I liked the sign. I thought it was cool. I might bring the sign back, but it's just too many things on the screen, right? Homage. Yeah, they like I have a good time. Best of luck. Don't ever feel obligated to have to chat and stuff. It's okay. I don't mind. No, I like enjoying and just like lurkers are the lifeblood of everything in my mind, so it's like it's fine. That's most of what I do too. I just lurk and enjoy. You need to move to a smaller place. That's understandable. It takes you 3 days to mow the lawn? That sounds like a lot of work. Goodness. We call it forestation. Well, good luck. I'm sure I'll see you around. Let's make 48 spoons. I just want to max my carving at this point. Might as well just slowly, while we're waiting for our weight gain to go, like max carving. Hmm. All right, let's walk back here. Yeah. Got 4 more there. Yeah, we'll get some sleep. We should be roaching 81. Yeah, we're 81 going up. We should be able to just keep cycling the rabbits at this point now. Hopefully building up at least a decent amount of them. Experiencing too much pain to sleep. It'll go away here in a second though. Oh, we can sit. Gotta focus on farm stuff first. No, you can't seem to find Valero anywhere. Hopefully you're having a good day, Tower. We were talking about classical music earlier, a little bit. I should really start getting back into classical music. Be nice to kind of listen to some of that stuff. I'm glad you're having a good day. I'm making progress, as you can imagine. Um, got some progression. I just need to get rabbit situated in a good way, and that's what we're working on right now. So I've been catching rabbits, and anytime we get raccoons, unfortunately they meet their end because I can't sustain the raccoons for their value is, aside from being a pet, is not not up there for me at the moment. Oh, Lamprey? Oh yeah, I can get you up to speed on Lamprey easy. So the long story short of it is that he's been trying to join the military for ages, ages and ages. He was trying to get in the military, but they were making it hard for him due to some health complications that he had. Um, he's still fit. It's just that he had some slight issues, right? With some sort of I think it was like back related or something. I can't quite remember the exact health issue, but they were making it hard on him to join the military. So, but he like during this the middle interim part of the rat race, kind of I would say like the earlier stages when people were still in the and they broke like Shivas and Twist only had just broken like 100K. Lamprey was quickly closing the gap on them, kind of back then. It was I think they were at like 60K maybe, and Lamprey was at like 30 or something like that. Anyways, he was saying that he was gonna give it his last try to join the military, and he succeeded. Like he got in. So that's where he's been gone. Um, he did mention it in his Discord. He mentioned it in his last stream as well. That he'll come back maybe in build 43. But yeah, I'm super happy for him. He was so hoping to get in the military, and it's something that he aspired to get to get done. Um, so yeah, I'm happy for him. It does suck a little bit though, because like I mean, but bittersweet, right? Yeah, I'm very happy that he got what he wanted. Did Twist lose his character? No. From what I understand, Twist and Shivas are both taking breaks from the rat race because, as you can imagine, it's marathon style. It takes forever to get to the higher ends. And also, build 42.9, there was some combat jank. Build 42.10, there's still a little bit of combat jank. It's not as bad as build 42.9, but it definitely there's still some stuff that is in build 42.10 that is not quite ideal when it comes to combat. As a result, obviously, if you've got 400 plus K in the run, you're going to be a little bit more hesitant, right? But then also they were getting a little tired because like it's marathon. They're taking their time to play some other stuff. Whether it's I think Twist started a new style of run. I don't know if they're going to be back to the rat race because once you kind of take a little bit of a break, it's very easy to just not want to come back, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like just to sort of clap your hands and be like, I made 400K, that's good enough, or I made 500K and that's good enough. I can't quite remember what Twist's final score was because he doesn't submit as frequently as some of the other folks do. There's a lot of people that submit to the leaderboard, but yeah, Twist and Shivas they were busy playing the game more than posting submissions, which is understandable. And that's not a knock to people who that post their submissions at the end of every stream. If anything, it's a compliment to those folks. One of the coolest things that I remember was that Milk Toast Claire. uh, whenever she sent in her notification for, or for the leaderboard, she would thank the leaderboard team every time. It's something that's small, but it was that it made the leaderboard team really happy to see that that they were being appreciated. Because it's not just me on the team. There's a few people that are on the leaderboard team now that kind of keep care of the whole thing. I only update the leaderboard maybe once in a while when I see notice that it hasn't been done for a bit. That said, though, it's mostly maintained by the other folks. Because well, I mean it's ours as a whole, and I'm trying to keep myself from I don't want to be have my hands on it at all times. It's meant to be a group thing. But yeah, it was super super duper sweet of Claire to do that. And it made the leaderboard team happy. And it was like when Claire lost, I think it was Turtle 9, or I think it was Turtle 9. The team was a little bit sad because they were like, oh, that means that somebody's gonna get to read the final thank you kind of thing for a little while, anyways. But Claire's most recent turtle is doing really well. Last I checked, Claire's most recent turtle was in the 5 to 6K range, so is striving and setting up to be the best turtle yet. That said, though, it's a this style of game is meant to take literally months in reality, meaning that there are people that even the most hardy of the marathon players are going to have a hard time completing it, if anyone completes it at all. It's been stated that it's impossible, right? With point that it kind of is. It's set up to be impossible. It's meant to be very very difficult. It's like not fully impossible, it's just improbable. I'm hoping that Build 42 is released, and then that we can take a look at that, so that there are three ways that the rat race are going to end, right? So the three ways that the rat race will end is, the first way is if somebody beats it, if somebody wins, right? To which then, if somebody gets close, we're gonna see that run getting close. So like currently, Twists and Chivas are the two that would have the best chance, right? Because they were at like 500k kills, which is like already half the kill total. But that's only 1 out of 3 of the objectives. As we see them, if they were to continue, as they got closer to the goal, then we would start discussing the prize. But as a crew, we're so far we're planning a statuette, like a printed statuette, like little trophy. But there may be more. Like there may be a little bit, like, because it's not guaranteed that it'll be the same as the original rat race, 1,000 pounds, etc. But it we want it to be something that that person can feel like they've won and they deserve it, kind of deal, right? Um, the the other two ways that the rat race will end is, the second way would be if the if there was just solidly no interest in it, if nobody wanted to participate anymore, which there's still a handful of rat racers, so I'm expecting that's probably not going to be the case for now. And then the final way that the rat race ends is what you just mentioned. Stable is released. If Build 42 stable is released, and or our saves are all bricked, we're going to be posting in the rat race Discord a full revamp of the challenge, where we as a community are going to unite and decide on how we want to change the challenge. We want to keep it difficult, but we've noticed, and I've noticed, everybody's noticed who's played the rat race, that there are some parts of the rat race that need tweaking. And then as a community, we would tweak the rat race to be the best version of it that we can. So 2.0. At least that's the plan. Also, we may consider doing a multiplayer thing. Me and Yuri were already talking about that, doing like a multiplayer style rat race kind of deal, and have like what you'd do is you'd create a couple of teams, and you'd have Team West Point, Team Riverside, Team you would do a bunch of teams, and then what would be fun is, once each team has sort of taken their town, unite the teams, prep, and then everybody can go to Louisville, like as a group, right? So like Team West Point, Team Riverside. If for example Team West Point is finished their side of things, they can go help one of the other teams. It would be really cool. That at least that's what we were discussing. We discussed a little bit of that, and we were discussing a few other things. But that right now is how that's working. Hopefully, I'm giving a good enough explanation on things. Cause but yeah, that's sort of the gist of it. I expect we'll probably see Lamprey back on the Boyd eventually once he's done doing his military service that he's wanted to do. It'll be a nice break for him in it as well. Think about how long he's put into Zomboid, right? He's been enjoying it very much, but he'll be back. Okay. But yeah, as for the other folks in the rat race right now, there's quite a lot of them that are kind of waiting for a patch that really hits home and hits well. Um, which is understandable. Given that it's unstable, there's a lot of balance changes that are being kind of the adjusted stuff is starting to really wear on the rat race as well. Not just like I don't think that the game should be balanced around the rat race. The rat race is a challenge. It's not meant to be easy. It's meant to be time consuming, tedious, and impossible in quotation marks. I could have done quotes, but I want to walk and forage. Um, it's meant to be tough. I don't think the game should be balanced around it. That said, though, the core of the game right now, and if you were to load up an apocalypse save, and then go off into the woods, would be trying at the moment. Do it, and one of the things that the devs have already expressed is that they plan to make it so that you can go off into the woods and just survive. Currently, um, if you don't get rabbits by your first winter, based on trapping, meaning that let's say if you did a 0-0 character, like a full zero, like a no skills character, um, there's no way to level trapping in the early game at all. Like so, in order to do trapping, you need recipes that require trapping to auto learn. So the earliest accessed one is the stick trap. They should just remove the recipe value from it or give us a crappier trap. Because right now, unless you have trapping, you can't trap. Or they could change well, so now this would be kind of tough, but if they changed the fishing traps to be traps instead of fishing, um, that would be a way to do it, kind of. But then you'd have to make fishing traps easier to create, kind of, because currently you need fishing in order to get those. So it ends up being, right now, trapping on its own is difficult unless you start with Hunter. Or you start with you get lucky and get the magazine for the bird traps right off the bat. I think that's part of the sort of crux of it right now is that it needs something like that to be accessible right in the beginning so that you can like July 9th you could forage yourself some crops, create some rabbits, and then have the rabbits barely sustain you through the winter. Because you'd have to forage basically every day and hope you get a decent amount of crops. Plus, in order to get crops in the first place, or rabbits in the first place, you would need to be doing the snare traps. Because, which means that you would need to be using a flint saw, which means you would need to level your napping to 3. So, because in order to do the flint saw, you need level 3 napping. Right? And that's I can't remember if you auto learn the recipe or if it's or I happen to have it because of can't quite remember. Yeah, Zomboid's in a strange place right now, and that's one of the reasons why there's going to be some of the veterans are going to take their breaks as they need, myself included. That's I've got plans to play RimWorld tomorrow, and then I also have plans to play more Abiotic Factor as well as a few other things. But I am still enjoying the rat race. I do think the rat race is fun. Albeit there is parts of the rat race that are kind of, well, tedious to put it plain. It's by design though. That's kind of part of it. Oh, that's a maul. I thought it was an axe. Are you an axe? Yes. Splinters. Planes. Right. I'm going to quickly finish this. And then I've got to make myself another tea. Grab that potato. 23. All right, so we're gonna go check on the rabbits, and then the rest of the in-game day, I'm hopefully gonna get some zombies here in a second. So we'll do some more clearing south, along the Moldra strip. Okay, but be right back. Okay. We have 12 bunnies now. Put all that stuff here in a second. I wanted to do combat, but I know it's just... it's Claire.
利息がつきます。
Hi, Claire. Hope you had a good stream. You enjoyed? How goes? Your rat race going good? Or your other? Did you do have other playthroughs active at the moment? How goes your turtles? Thank you very much for the raid. I do very much appreciate. I am currently on the rat race today, and then I've got plans to play a few things here in this weekend, which will be kind of fun. I'm starting to get my rabbits established, sort of. While the weather is terrible, I'm at least that's what I'm up to. You know, intro me. Let's take the pot eggs. Yeah. Yeah, might as well get some liquids. How's my rat race going? It's been going okay. Currently I'm failing to light this fire, but it's been decent for the most part. I need to establish more rabbits. I've got 12, I think, right now. How many sticks? Oh, we broke like 3, but that's nothing. I know that I'm pretty sure you have the world record for that. Yours was 11, wasn't it? Something like that. I remember it being a lot. That's like a full tree's worth. It's a strange world record to have. I've got my record is in most accident prone survivor, because I've not heard of anyone who's had more broken bones in this game than my character. Still, which is good, but also kind of embarrassing. I don't wish that a fate upon anyone having to deal with that. But the record for broken bones is 4. At least as far as I know. Maybe a challenger. I hope not. I hope you don't break 4 broken bones. Like, I really hope you don't. Or if you do, have level 10 first aid, because that would help like a lot in the healing process. It's pretty bad. Ah. Wait a second. When did this amphora get tainted? That's 8 liters of tainted water. Well, that's unfortunate. Deep wounds? I hope that you don't get hurt anymore. Yeah, it's good to hear that your turtles are doing well. And actually, we were just talking about your turtles just recently, and it's something that I've already thanked you more than once, but I'm gonna thank you again because it's something that makes the folks that do the leaderboard really happy. Is because Claire doesn't have to, but Claire was thanking the leaderboard team every time she submitted, which is super duper sweet and appreciated. Not to call you out, but be appreciated. Yeah, you'll do it again. I know. This next turtle has been going really well for you. I expect that this turtle will succeed. The weather has not been kind to me. That clip was interesting. Although that's not the only interesting clip that you've sent. You've sent quite a few clips that are just like interesting. Hopefully they fix McCoy Estates. Because that's more than once I've seen that building cause problems to people. Still, it's one of the best places because of all the things that it has, so it ends up being kind of almost crucial. Red shout out in a recent vid. How's the strength climb since you started? Oh, I'm level 9 strength and level nearly level 7 fitness. So we're almost done with the whole zero to hero. And we've been done with the zero to hero part of it for a long time. The issue was the gaining the muscle like enough weapon damage to be able to clear further. So I can take you guys on a quick journey here of where we've been and what we've done. Um, so we started out over here, and this is where I had my helicopter. This is Higgins the third, by the way. So this is my third Higgins. My first Higgins, we went for Riverside, and we made it through the gated community, and then I was about halfway through the commercial district and pushing towards the police station when I missed an axe swing, and that Higgins met his end. Higgins the second died on the way to Crossroads after killing 1,000 zombies. So it's just he got bit. And then Higgins the third is the one that I currently am playing. So this is the third Higgins. I had my helicopter up here, and then I traveled down here. We went to this cabin, and we've been progressing since fairly well. We pushed to Crossroads almost right away. After Crossroads, pushing to McCoy Estates took a little time, but we managed to get there. I then went on a soul searching journey before burlap actually didn't used to be able to be crafted. So I didn't have a sack. So I went on a soul searching journey looking for a sack. And the soul searching journey went up here where there was a house alarm. I slept there, marked a couple of generators here. I was checking every barn, almost dehydrated here, had to loop back around and go back and get some water. And then we just kept going. Oh, this was where I did my loop-to-loop. This is where I almost dehydrated. So, searched these, followed the road all the way, and then I made a bet with Stream. So I'm like, we for sure are gonna find a sack in McCoy or in the garden store in Echo Creek, all right? Because there's not a whole lot of zombies there. It's like maybe a few hundred. So I just led them away. We got in the garden store, and there was no sack there. So that's a lot of inventories, the chances to get something so common. And I just couldn't find it at all. Like, I kept searching and searching every, like, location here, there. I eventually gave up, and this was like, I'm going to go back. So I ended up slowly walking back. There was a survivor group we cleared that had an animal care book that I left there. I still was checking animal barns along the way, hoping that we would find a sack. Nothing for a long time. There was good loot here, like an extra sledgehammer and a couple of shotguns, and some ammo, if I remember right. So like, there was fairly good loot there. And then I just kept going. I made a right turn past Phallus, went all the way back. A little bit defeated, I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm not doing any blacksmithing then, because I don't have a sack, because I needed the sack to collect sand. So I couldn't collect sand, so I couldn't do blacksmithing. So I was like, okay, well, I can't do my metalworking stuff, so I've got to bail from here and just go try to kill the zombies. So we did so. We started killing the zombies along the route to Dixie, and then in this area over here, there's a pileup of cars. There was a sack in the back of one of these cars, which is just hilarious that, like, this is one of my outposts, right, that I have, and it's like, I went on a soul-searching journey across the map and come back. It's just like right there down the street from where my base is. Isn't that how it always works, though? You go on a searching journey and it just happens to be on your doorstep. Anyways, we defeated Dixie after some time. I looted the entire thing. I think I didn't go in these buildings, but I looted this one. And I also found some bodies that are not despawning. So there are two bodies here that do not have the Nox virus and are just either that or they have a variant of the Nox virus that doesn't make them a zombie and preserves their corpses, because they're just there forever. I went down this way. I expect this is what Muldra looks like. So we've outposted here. I started making rabbits happen here, so actually I should mark that. Yeah. And we've been slowly pushing downwards towards this. I also did go to McCoy, and there's not much there. No zombies, not much there in general. There's some vehicles and stuff, and I still don't have a car, because I haven't been trying for one. But yeah. So that's the stage we're at right now. We're just we're past the 0 to hero part, and we're into like the middle stage almost. once we get our fitness up a little bit, we'll be a hero. But that said, our skills kind of look like this right now. Maintenance has been maxed for ages. My short blades are level 8, so they're fairly good. Sorry, I keep zooming in and out. Foraging's maxed. Nimble's 5. And yeah. So that's where I'm at right now with the rat race. Yeah, that's always how it is. It's like going like they go looking so like super hard to find the keys, and they it just so happens that the door was unlocked the whole time. Let's get these back on the ground. Mm, Good a bit. Get rid of all of my noodles. I got to do a restart on the game here in a second though, because that's where it's good to restart your zomboid every 4 to 5 hours, especially when you get saves that go for over a few years. The game likes to get buggy. Okay.
Hmm. So I might try and sleep for 2 in-game hours. And then we're gonna go do some combat. Because we did have a nightmare. I should set up some kind of proper escape there. Use. Okay. We'll do one more day before we restart. I wonder how many rabbits we'll have. Yeah, we had like 4 to start, now we have 12, so... Well, none. Crafty bunnies managed to eat the bait without me. We actually... Well played. I can't even be upset. They managed to get the bait without triggering the traps. Kudos. Alright, we can do some combat now. Well, this is the wrong. Ooh, hunting knife. You're my favorite weapon. That said, though, you know, it all depends on what you prefer and what you like, right? Every weapon gets really good once you get high enough in the weapon skill. The true nature of a weapon is not actually seen until you hit level 7 in a skill. Because the way that the weapon damage modifiers apply is at a decimal until you hit level 7. Once you're at level 7, you do proper damage. It's a 1.0 multiplier at level 7. And then any level after 7 is bonus. Like, you get bonus damage. They would nerf them? Deadly at level 0? Oh no, fire hardened spears are amazing. They've been really good for a while. There was a slight problem with them at one point in time when the insta-kill was not guaranteed, but they brought that back, so it's fine. The fire hardened spears are amazing. And actually, arguably, the spear is one of the best weapons in the game again. It just comes at the cost of the same kind of combat jank stuff that was happening before, layered with a little bit of other combat jank stuff that exists now. So you kind of still just need to be careful. But that said, in terms of total attack speed and like especially fighting when you don't have any stamina at all, the insta-kill chance is very important. Helps out big time. Because maxed out muscle strain, maxed out fatigue, maxed out exertion, you can still kill zombies with the spear. Every other weapon suffers quite greatly, but the spear doesn't suffer nearly as bad. But I've used all the weapons. I like all the weapons, but my favorite, if I'm being true to myself, is the knives. Just because they're comfy. For me. What level of is my knives? They're level 8. So they have a little bit of a damage bonus. It's slight, but it's noticeable, especially for the things like the stone knife. You know, it takes things from being like a few hits, I can't, like, based on stamina and a bunch of other stuff, to one less hit usually. Which can make or break the difference sometimes. Okay, I just want to check this final area here before I mark this off. But I think we're on the, like, most of the zombies are done from this section. So I get to take one of the zombie markers off the map. We got exertion. But yeah, the biggest thing, it's not necessarily the knives that are the most deadly at level 0, it's the fact that the muscle strain will be burning your character out faster. And you don't really get the full capability of your character until you get up into the higher-ish levels. So you need to have, like, higher levels of strength, higher levels of fitness, and higher levels of weapon skill in order to at least be able to keep going. Oops. This, that, this. How's my weight doing? It should be coming down now. Okay, so I'll probably go back out tomorrow. Oh yeah. Oh. What level is my carpentry anyways? Level 5. Well, that's awkward. I forgot I don't have the keys to Smokies. Actually, not too bad. This is taking way more swings than I remember. What's this door made of? Seriously. I made that door out of some kind of indestructible wood. It is not a door that can be defeated. Impervious to any and all damage. Too strong. I don't understand. I'm gonna grab the sleeping bag from off the table. I was supposed to restart my game and I forgot. I'll do it now. This is the problem, is that I get distracted and I start doing things and then I'm like, oh yeah, I was supposed to restart. Okay, we'll do a quick restart. Okay. Launch Zomboid and be right back. Okay, I'll be right back.
時間です。利息がつきます。
Okay. There we go. Thank you for the raid. We very much appreciate. Hopefully you're having a good day and your stream was well. If you needed to raid and run though, I understand. And get self-care and stuff. Yeah, I've been pretty good. I'm gonna be back racing some more rat race here in a second. Like I just was doing a restart on my game because 4 to 5 hours in Zomboid. It's good to restart. But yes. Just 1 second. Just gonna up the priority on. Okay. Your brain was acting goofy. That happens sometimes. Sometimes I feel the same way. Like I get, especially if I've been streaming for a long time, my brain does start to do that thing where it I don't feel tired, but I require sleep to reset my mind a little bit. Because I start to fumble words, I start to say the wrong thing, when meaning one thing. It's tough. I do that sometimes even when I'm in my wakeful prime hours, but it's still it's easier to do as the longer you've been awake or streaming or anything, right? Longer you've been working, been studying, your brain becomes mushy and you need a break. All right, back at it. It's been a couple weeks. I've been playing a few other games as well, and I have intentions on continuing my base building in Abiotic Factor, uh, uh, as well as doing more vintage story, doing more variety in general. But while also, I do still like my Zomboid. Nope, I need to set it to crops. Oh, what's wrong? Yeah, Zomboid is a really, it's a nice game. It's very, there's a lot of good qualities in Zomboid. I'm looking forward to it hitting that point where it's even if I like there's gonna be a point where it becomes really, really good. What do you like about Vintage Story? I like that it's a fairly difficult game, but also that it really gives you value in your time. You put in the time and you get to reap the rewards. And I like that. Like if I make a farm, it'll be producing and it'll be good. Same if I do a greenhouse for the winter, or or if I go hunting and I go on a hunting trip and I manage to defeat a few animals, then those animals are worth something. Vintage Story also has a really good nutrition system. Something that you could compare to Zomboid's nutrition system being a little bit less good, comparatively. That said, though, they're completely different games, even though they're both in the sandbox genre. They one is like sort of Minecraft esque. Well, this one's more like The Sims or RuneScape. Ooh, an apple. Yeah, I do really like Vintage Story. I like Abiotic Factor. I like this game. I like lots of games. I'm gonna be playing RimWorld tomorrow, I think. Tomorrow is Saturday. Yeah. So I'm gonna be doing the Odyssey DLC, as well as I'm gonna enable all the DLCs. I own them all. I've not played Anomaly, so I don't know what Anomaly is. But I've had it since it came out. It's just that I wanted to play them in order, but I do like the idea of making intelligent frogs, and they added frogs to RimWorld. So making an intelligent frog army sounds awesome. The frogs, they are smart, and then they will take over the world. There we go. Let's go have a look at our rabbits. Oh, I forgot the grass bits. I gotta bring those here. That's why I was pulling those tufts of grass yesterday, is that I need to bring them for the rabbits. I see 9. Just to put this into perspective, let's assume that I get 10. Well, yeah, let's not be generous. Let's say 10 XP per day, right? For animal care, right? Then at my current level, where am I? Okay. Yeah, so we need mm, 750. I'm just trying to remember all the numbers. 200, yeah, it just doubles for the most part. It's 3,000 and 6,000. Okay, let's double check. 6, 7. Oh, it's 4,500 and 6,000. 7,500 and then 9,000, right? Where's my calculator? Okay, at my current rate of XP, I just did the math, and it is going to take me roughly 9 years in game in order to level animal care to the max. Well, not exactly 9 years, because I do have animal care for the book, so that'll significantly reduce the amount of XP that I need for that section from levels 7 and 8. If I could find the other animal care book, then it maybe not won't take me years. We'll see. Hard to say. Okay, so I need to bring these inside. We got to see the downside of Smokies. Still, I like Smokies. This place isn't bad, though. If I take a 3-hour nap, there's a 2-hour nap. Okay, let's go smash that door at Smokey's and put it back together. I can't sleep the night here, though. The reason being is because, although I would like to, I'm actively trying to build up my rabbits, and you need to be away from the traps in order for the traps to catch anything. So I can't be near them. I need to be away. Once we have 30 rabbits, though, then we can roughly get about 30, well, it wouldn't be 30, it'd be like 25 XP. That would cut the amount of years that it'll take me to level animal care to about 4. I could probably get that even better if I have more animals, but that's if I'm maintaining the XP gain of animal care every day at a minimum of at least between 10 and 20. Okay. That door was very tanky, though. Thankfully, we got most of the resources back. We just need 2 planks. Fucking chain. We lost the door handle. The door was wrong, though. I need one more hinge. There we go. I need the door to have a lock on it. The reason why is because if the door doesn't have a lock on it, the zombies that I'm playing with have cognition, so they'll open the door and they'll come upstairs, and then they'll see, you know, a delicious snack while they're, you know, while I'm sleeping. That's not what I want. I don't want the zombies to eat me while I'm sleeping. There's no fun. I want to unfavorite you, actually. No. And the rest of this in-game day is a bit of a bust, so I'm going to use it to make more charcoal. And level electrical, I think. I have electrical in one of these bags. I think I do. Is it this one? Yeah. Is it you? Alright, I'm gonna put that back in there. How big are the sacks? 10. When will the rat race leaderboards work? What do you mean? The leaderboard's fine. What are you talking about? Is it broken? It shouldn't be. It's perfectly fine. I don't see an issue. Of course, I'm like, show it. I just did. That link there leads to the leaderboard. It's right there. It works fine. And if you're talking about that, there are some folks show it in game. What do you mean? Show it in game? How do I show it in game? Do you mean like show my score in game? I need more specifics. What do you mean? Because I can't just display it on my screen. It's not part of the like. It's there. The other so. Twist on Fire made a mod that automated a community leaderboard, but it wasn't the official Rat Race leaderboard. The official Rat Race leaderboard is a document that's kept right there. And then to update that document, you've got to be a Rat Race role, and then all you do is submit to the Google Doc, and then it gets updated gradually. Usually it's daily by the leaderboard team. That's how that works. I don't know what you mean by show it in game. I can't just show it on my game. I can open the document on stream. But that said, there's nothing that, and we're going to probably do a monthly update soon on who's active and who's not. The reason why we were holding off on doing an active update recently was because a lot of the rat racers were taking a break due to the current state of the game was it was little bit 42.9 had a lot of folks take a break, which is fine. It's gonna happen sometimes. Sometimes the patch is it was still a good patch. It's just it had a lot of bad things specifically for the rat race, like combat bugs and stuff like that, right? So it's not good for rat racing specifically, but you know, I think 42.9 was what, the ragdoll update? I don't really remember when they were added, but that it's still fun and that stuff is good. And it will be good in the game in the long run, because if you think about it, the aiming system is getting worked on heavily. The aiming system now, instead of being two planes, actually like your gun as you aim at an extremity on a zombie, it checks. It checks the head. It checks the arm. It checks the leg. It actually is improving the aiming system incredibly. I just hope that they nerf the not nerf is buff. Like, take away the debuff on aiming. It doesn't need that ridiculous debuff on it. And yeah, sure, people would be able to scale their aiming a lot faster, but guns were never that good anyways. It should, at least as far as I'm concerned. And you could have fun with the ammo that you do have, and then, you know, in the long run would be better overall. Anyways, that's just an opinion though. That last part there. The first part is accurate though. The official leaderboard for the rat race is as you can see there. If you want me to display it on my screen, I mean, I guess I can, but it would just be like, there's a link that takes you to it. You can go look at the document yourself. And it works. I just clicked into it and I used it. And if anyone says that document's broken, let me know and I'll have a look. But and we'll look into it more deeply, but as far as I'm aware, that one's fine. But yeah, Twist's mods are not, you know, it works? Okay, good. The mod that automated the community leaderboard was unofficial. And it was separate to the rat race, actually. The reason being is we didn't want to have it to be automated in that way. There has been talk of changing the document style, though, so that it is a little bit more automated for the leaderboard folks specifically. But the whole point of it was to enjoy runs together. and, watch the runs and have a good time. Automating that kind of process takes away human eyes from the runs. People don't need to really watch the runs anymore as much, which is not the purpose of the rat race. You just see the different styles and different strategies that folks employ, and whether folks go one way or go to like West Point, or seeing Echo Creek in its many variations, because everybody did the Echo Creek cabin a little differently when they were doing that. I myself didn't ever do Echo Creek, but that was just because it just wasn't my preferred place to be. I'd spawned there enough early on in build 42, so I didn't want to play that. But yeah, sorry Tater, like I said, I can't display it on game. The closest I can get is show you my kills, and this number here is exactly the same as this number here. They're the same. There's no difference, because this number is pulled from this number. They're the same. Gotta wait. Yeah, I'm not knocking Echo Creek, by the way. People doing the Echo Creek strat, I mean, kudos. It was a run strat that did work, but the thing is very frequently, it became almost rigid in the way that it was. And then when the cabin when they added random like they changed the heat map and added zombies there was a few folks in the rat race community that were complaining. But I quickly told them, like, I mean, the same thing I would tell anyone. There's too many zombies, clear them out. If if you can't clear them out, go somewhere else until you can clear them out. The challenge doesn't have to be as rigid as all that. We're cold. It's because of the level of hunger we've built up. I have to wait for the pain to come down. Also, if you are submitting to the rat race leaderboard and you're not getting put on the leaderboard, it might be for a reason. Usually the reason is because the run couldn't be, like, somebody went to watch the run and there was no footage. So if there's no footage of your run, then, like, we can't, like, it's part of the whole rat race that people get to watch your run, right? So if you were to make it, like, locked behind something so that people can't enjoy it, then, well, that's why. Yeah, the last time we updated the board was yesterday, if I remember right. So let me double check. Yep, 10th. So yesterday. And we still do need to do an activity update soonish. It's gonna shuffle things up big time though, because when we do the activity one, we'll be moving a lot of the people that are in the top 10 over to the historical section, unless they decide to play again. But that's out of fairness. We've held off on that update for quite a while, so. Just one of those things that you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, I don't need more. I'm good. Actually, no. Might as well bring you inside. Grab it. Now we can bail from this area. Oh, wait, before we do that, I need to pet all the rabbits. Or, well, at least some of the rabbits. Okay, that's it. That's all I'm gonna pet for now.
You're amazing!
Thank you very much for the follow. I do anonymous follow so folks can enjoy the lurk if they want. But there are ways to, you know, the chat's there and always. If folks want to be known. There's no pressure to do so though. Lurkers are the silent heroes of streams. It's what I think anyways. And we can remove this, and I know there are deer here somewhere. I don't know where, but there are deer in these woods. I've seen them. Not that I'm going to try and get them, because if we happen to have veg at the time, I'll lure one and get it that way, but the only time that I'm ever going to really get into hunting is if I decide to start doing tracking, and it'll be later on. Maybe I'm hoping that they add bows, because that'll make it a lot more fun to do hunting. What does this classify as? Nothing. You get nothing for... There's no XP in leather making. Yeah. There'll be some XP soon though with tailoring. Because we're gonna do some armor craft. I'm pretty sure we can't do a bellows though unless we have medium armor, which the raccoons don't give you medium armor. Well, we'll see what we can make with the small leathers. I need to make a tannin bucket though. Okay, so let's have a look at the crafting. How's it going? It's been going pretty good. How are you doing? This is the seed bag before. Now it's a pouch. That's good. Oh, what's a frame pad? Fires level, high level tailoring. What is a frame pack? Is that like the large backpack? Trying to think of a purpose for my leather at the moment. Everything requires... Yep, holster. It all requires sinew or... Okay. And I've not seen any sinews. But with my metalworking pliers, I can rip apart bulletproof vests and stuff for this thread, which is a replacement. It works in the same way. Okay, good to know. So I can't do anything right now with all this leather. But in the future, it is tailoring XP. So that's what I see there. I see some tailoring XP. I need to figure out what I can build, what I can make that I can then rip apart, because that's essentially what I'd be doing. Making stuff and ripping it apart. This is my guard frog. It protects our home. I think a faster method of tailoring, though, would be to instead of taking apart those things, would be to level it via making clothes. Oh, it's not giving me XP every time. That's every 24 hours. The cooldown must be a little bit. Yeah, there must be a different. Yeah, different cooldown on it. Is that them eating? I think that's them eating. They have an eating like an eating sound. Let's put you there. I don't really want to keep anything here. Minus like this boulder and some of the rocks and stuff, but I want to bring the bones and stuff back to the other site. Gotta remember to bring the grass at some point. Planks. Where's that backpack? Is it this one? You love open air storage. If I put it in a building, like, I mean, I'm just giving the zombies an easier access to me. It's better to just have things in the open, as well as in duffel bags and stuff. Plus, my character is disorganized anyways, so putting things in boxes is kind of annoying. The boxes are very limited. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to have any boxes. I am going to have boxes eventually. But there's no necessity to rush into that so that I can get something that's about equivalent to the duffel bag. Right? Essentially, solving the loot goblin problem by being disorganized. Because if I don't have boxes to put stuff in, well, then I don't get to be a loot goblin. Hopefully you're having a good day, Rat. Not a valid dead animal, apparently. I knew that. I just wanted to see if it was added. I got a prime. Decent day? That's good. How's your abiotic playthrough going, by the way? Your hard one, I mean. I figure you probably picked it up somewhere and kept going. I'm thinking of doing a hardcore version of that at some point, but I also want to continue our save. Oh, you haven't touched it in a bit. Okay. I thought that you would have played it recently. I'm gonna try to make more vid stuff. I mean, you should probably focus on the vid stuff, and then, you know, you could probably play games later, like to wind down. It's not too bad of an idea, right? These prime cuts are amazing. Could be scaled. Want to be gaining a little bit. Good lord. Get a nap in. Yeah, it's definitely important. It's one of those things. Plus, it helps get people in the know about what's going on, with, with the game and other such things. The important things. Not a single one was a rabbit. That was kind of cool. It didn't like, vibrate around. Yeah. All 10 traps. Extra time. Did they remove the ability to do this entirely, or is it somewhere else? So you can no longer break stones with a chisel and like at all? Am I just missing it? I think they removed it entirely. You no longer can make stones unless you have. Yeah, it's masonry and it requires a stone wall. It's completely like gone from the ability to make 10 stones unless you have a mall, which I thankfully at this point can make that happen. I can make a mall right now using napping, right? Napping. But yeah. Well, that sucks. Oh well. What can you do? I need to make a long handle. Stone wall. 33. 16. Okay, so then I'll leave 2 of these on the floor. The rest of these are going in the garbage. And I made one of these just because. Oh, this can stay. It's coming back up. Nice. They removed the leveling up version. I hope that they give alternative means to level it from 0 to you know. It doesn't need to be great. It could be something that is good only for the first few levels, but there needs to be some form of progression. And to remove everything that's in the early levels. It's same as trapping. How are you supposed to level trapping from 0? Like, you just can't. You have to get the recipe for stick traps in order to level trapping from 0. So it just ends up being you're stuck. And if, like currently, trapping is actually one of the core requirements of food at the moment. I mean, yeah, you can find world traps. But I mean, if you were in like a tile, like let's say you were in a map that was like the cabin in the woods where you got nothing, right? You're just in a forest tile with a little pond and that's it. There's no surviving that. Your character will die inevitably. Which, I mean, is the point of the game, and I get that, but there should be some form of sustain. Yep, and it'll only be butter, and then they'll nerf butter too, and then what? Like, the thing is it's... You'll be clawing for calories. But at that point, if it comes to that, it's at that point that I'll throw in the towel. And I'll get mods to fix it. Because I just wouldn't want to be... Like, it's too hampering on gameplay at that point. I would just mods that balance the calorie system to be a little bit more make sense, you know? Yeah. Well, I would want the meats to be meats, you know, and not. It's because some of the caloric values are matching their real world counterparts, and this is not the real world. You burn a hell of a lot more calories in Zomboid than you do in reality. But it's in opposite to what it used to be. In earlier builds of Zomboid, you used to struggle to lose weight, and then they flipped it, and now it's easy to lose weight. So it ends up being one of those strange scenarios. I don't want to turn off the nutrition system entirely. I like that aspect of the game that that you have to have varying meals. I like that, but I kind of wish it worked more like Vintage Story, where it gives you sort of a strength buff or something if you're giving yourself the right types of calories. It would make more sense in that way, kind of, than... Yeah, just walking 30 seconds down the street is thousands, or like it's not thousands, but it's hundreds of calories. Like if you watched it, I showed it at one point last time we played Zomboid, the caloric loss, and then I showed the other stuff too. You were there for that, I'm pretty sure. That it was ridiculous. And that all three of the other micronutrients go down at a flat rate, and that they're all the same, minus 500 to 1,000 positive, and that it's not nothing really influences them, and they're always going down. And then those are only counted towards protein giving you a benefit if you keep it between 50 and 300. If you go over that, though, you don't get the buff. There's no buff for being too protein rich, which kind of makes sense, but at the same time, it's like there's a certain like you need to eat the calories in order to get the protein benefit, or sorry, in order to get the buff, but you can't. Like you'd have to have a really big farm and only eat caloric values that are required, and then the amount of mental gymnastics isn't worth the investment. And for those that have, because this has come up before, for those that have mentioned the frogs are a source of food, they really aren't though. If you look at their caloric values, they're absolutely abysmal. It's not. There's no point in eating frogs. Um, that and also frogs are friends, not food, which is obvious. I gotta go check on the crops. Because it's been a few days and they're probably thirsty. Although it did rain, so that's kind of nice. Having more crops than this is would be hard, kind of, because the more crops I do, the more I have to water, the more time I'm spending. Also, the initial setup of the crops themselves is kind of it's time consuming to set them up. It's time consuming to maintain them as well. There we go. I can go deposit that grass maybe real quick. We won't worry about catching rabbits tomorrow. Tomorrow we will do a day of going and fighting zombies. Let's quickly feed the rabbits. I guess you could kind of say that about a 10-10 character as well at the start. Can we go inside the hutch? No. There we go. One sec. Okay, sorry. Retie that. My little, the chair that I'm sitting in is falling apart. So, lucky, but I'm not buying a new one. I plan to move, and therefore there's not going to be a need to get a new chair. Like this. This one. I'm a $10 scratchy. Cool, I won. You zombies suck. You were supposed to come and crowd over here. Rude. But I broke your pathfinding and I'm sorry. That's strange. I need to run around then to kill them. Alright, let's go back and have a rest. There we go. Progress is good. Oh, my fan's being really loud again. I think my PC's dying, which is awkward. I think it's specifically the power supply is starting to go. I hope it lasts for just a little while longer. It just needs to hold on. A few more months. It can do it. I believe in it. Spreadsheet ticket. No shutdown. Get rid of this. I guess I'll keep the fillet one for now. I want to see if and delete them after, I guess, just to be on the safe side, because I don't want to delete them if I know I'm not gonna get, if I might get something back. Let's see what. There's a hole in one of the shoes. Rest in peace, Western boots. I like the new sound effects for the fridge. Let's go give Higgins a rinse, and then... yeah, it's for happiness. Makes him happy to wash. There we go. You'll have to wait. And then... Hey, hello. Oh, hi there. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Thank you for the raid. Did you enjoy your stream? Spooky Sunday. It said you were playing marbles, but I'm gonna guess that it was either at the start or the end, probably. Well, hopefully you're having a good day. I'm Yeah, we're having a good time. We're making progress on the rat race. We've managed to get some rabbits on the go, which is good. The rabbit numbers have increased, so that was my goal for today, is to have more rabbits. And then also we're working on more Muldra. But yes, thank you very much for the raid. I know you two end up playing Zomboid sometimes, but mostly variety. Hopefully you've been having fun. And do my little intro thing. Um, you like Peak? Yeah, Peak's a great game. I really like it too. Fireworks. Yeah, I really enjoyed playing Peak with Rat and with everybody. Like it was a game that I played with a bunch of folks, and I will play it again. I will. It is fun. You had a mod where you had like 9 or 10 people. There were tons of people. It seems like it'd be like crazy. I get overwhelmed with numbers that are like a lot sometimes, though. So I can handle it to a point, but I have to give myself a task in order to handle it. Yeah, chaos but fun. Sounds like a blast. Yeah. If I give myself a task, I'm fine in those situations. A good example would be the Blood Drive server when I was there were like a solid like 30 people playing at a time. My task though was cooking, and I cooked like food for everyone. So because of that, it didn't matter how many people were around me. Not that I struggle in parties or anything. It's just that I get overwhelmed. Stimulants, too many stimulants. That sounds fun. Yeah, Peak is a blast. I very much enjoyed playing it. Nelm was the one that showed it to me. I wouldn't have seen it at all, and thus I wouldn't have told anyone about it had I have not seen it through Elm. So it's definitely a really cute co-op game. But also, if you need self-care, make sure to take care of yourself. I will still be here playing Zomboid for a short while, and then I'll probably go get dinner of some kind. I haven't really decided what I want to make for myself yet. I'll figure it out. You can put grass cuttings as bait? Are they good? Probably not, right? Makes me want to try it. Yep, absolutely. I'd prefer folks that, that have been probably doing their stuff for quite a while to get some rest. But then, if you're around, you're around. It's nice. I like hanging out with folks. Okay, I'm gonna do an entire section of this as grass cuttings and see what happens. do 5 of them as grass cuttings. Why not? I have traps to spare at the moment, so it'll be fine. I know peppers normally can, but can't right now. The big reason why I'm bringing the grass cuttings though is because I'm gonna feed my actual rabbits, the ones that are over here. The real rabbits. The no. Domesticated rabbits. I'm noticing that I'm not getting XP every time. Are you meaning to tell me that I need to stop fast forwarding in order to get the XP guaranteed? I don't think the fast forwarding matters. It's only tier 2 fast forwarding. I know that I cut that on some of these already though, so. That's it for now. If the grass clippings end up being a decent source of rabbits, then that will be awesome. Because then I won't need to search forage for veg. I could just use grass clippings. We could use the veg for us. But I have a feeling it's not going to do anything. Which leads into things being deceptive, and that's not good. I have stuff to spare though, so I can do some science on it and see. Oh, that's right. We need to make seed paste happen. So I need... No, I need... Let's do it here. Or, should it's further south. This way. Okay. Another large stone. What else do I need? Clay cement, large handle, wooden rod. No? Oh, I need the second wheel, and then I need 10 bricks. And this isn't enough clay cement, apparently. Higgins, we're gonna run out of branches in this entire game because you keep breaking them. Please stop. Light the fire. Thank you. Okay, I need a bucket. A burlap sack. Oh, that's sand right there, isn't it? I need clay, and I need to fill this with water. So get the water first. Only 10. And then we can run it for another 3 days. And stone bricks. Where's the mall? There it is. And stone bricks. Masonry turn. Where did I put that? Oh, it's over here. I can go get sunflowers from McCoy Estates, but mild disappointment, but that's okay. I'm disappointed because I thought I could maybe use the other seeds for seed paste as well, but no. You can only use the sunflowers or let's like it flax, flax sunflowers, wheat, corn. All the other seeds are kind of useless once you have a few of them built up. You basically they're just gonna be stockpiled and then or thrown away. The other one's steel, right? Yeah, steel. I'd already smelted this with medium. I don't think it added it to it. I think it replaced it with... Does that mean that this is still bugged with the crucible? I need to test it to see if it actually is still bugged or not. Let's grab a few metal objects that I know I can smelt with. by the sea in ceramic. And we ran out of sunlight. We'll go to bed, and then we'll do this in the morning. Because I really need to see if it's broken or not. It's important. Because then we've got to do the other method of metalworking if we're going to do metalworking. There's nothing wrong with that if because they're still actively working on that system. Which is why both methods still exist. Kind of. So I expect that the iron chunk method is going to be taken away eventually. And then it's just going to be liquid. But kind of can't do that if the liquid system isn't working properly. Not that it is liquid, because it's not. It's, which is strange. I wonder if that's an intention that they have in the future, that they would be using the liquid system as a molten metal liquid instead of doing... Okay, but here, so we want to look at... So remember, we're at the ceramic, the sea and ceramic. If I do a small item like this... Is it giving us more, or did it? No, it is giving us more, so it is working properly. We ran out of charcoal. We smelted a bunch of stuff. 4 uses. How many uses do I have in there? It doesn't say, so I don't know. Got 3 iron bars out of it. You know, the exchange is not bad. I'm not unhappy with the amount that's there. Alright, I gotta go check on the rabbits. I can't live in this house over here until we have a decent amount of rabbits already. Because in order to catch the rabbits, I have to be away from the traps. So I'd have to bring the traps over here and then walk the rabbits further. It just is easier to build them up over there while I'm sleeping over here. Yeah, I think that the grass cuttings don't actually work. This one's missing. Wait a second. Yeah, they're all missing. I don't know if the grass cuttings work or not, but... There we go. There we go, we're up to 20. 20 rabbits. Okay. Solid. So we went from a few rabbits to now we have 20. It'll be enough to kind of keep us going for a little while. They'll also breed and make more, but I should probably consider grabbing sunflowers from McCoy Estates and bringing them here at some point. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Today's a foggy day. I'm gonna run to McCoy Estates after I'm done cooking. Okay. Now we just need... I don't know, I should bring some weapons of some kind. Alright, The Sims 1? The music? This one's from The Sims 3, but yeah, it's the, Sims. It's all similar. Kind of similar-ish. I do have Sims 1 music on my playlist, though. My whole playlist is there, just exclamation point playlist. You can feel free. It is all on there. Oh, I need to quickly grab my my sleeping stuff. Just in case we get stranded, I don't want to have to anything less than average sleep. Real. Leave the brains behind. You didn't play many of the other ones? Sims 1 was good. Sims 2 was my favorite of the franchise, kind of. There's aspects of 3 and 4 that I like, but there's a lot of stuff that I don't like. As well in those games. But that said, the reason why I liked 2 best of all was because, like Zomboid, the console version of 2 that I played, you could control your character like this. So like you controlled your sim. Like there wasn't it wasn't a point and click. Now there were parts of it that were kind of strange. Like there was like it was like a quest based system where you were trying to help people. Yeah, it was like it was if you've ever heard of the yeah, you had stuff that you wanted to do for the families before you could move on to the next lot. And then that was the gameplay. It was you would do stuff for the families until they aspired for their goals, and then like one of them was I don't want to have a job, and a bunch of weird goals. Like one of them was like I want to be max level promoted, and yeah, there was dating quests, and there was a bunch of them. Yeah, it was an action adventure sim similar to the Herbs, but the Herbs is a less known version of the Sims that was really fun. Especially the handheld variants of the Herbs. I don't know how many if many folks have ever heard of them, but they were really neat. The Herbs was also a game like this where you controlled your sim and walked around, with little mini games that you would do for money. Like there was one where there was you had to squeegee windows, and there was another one where you had to um, it was just a bunch of mini games, and it was cool. Just a thought though before I go. Um, you don't know sunflowers, do you? In the sake of time, normally I wouldn't do this because it's not something I'm keen on doing, but I'm going to look up sunflowers. I look up some things, but I like not having to do that. Um, sunflowers crop. Which month is it that they start being good? I don't have it committed to memory. Oh, we're already out of sunflower season. Okay, so then I don't want to go. Right? Yeah, we're out of sunflower season already, so there's no point. I'm glad that I looked it up because I would have went all the way to McCoy Estates. I would have planted them. I would have wasted my time. There's no sense in doing that. Until next year. Apparently, they're really good in March, April, May. So, actually, here I want to look at that again just really quickly so I can nitpick because 420, 432. What's 432? Time to grow 432. What does that mean? I don't understand what 432 means. I don't know. I don't know offhand. I would have to like get out of this game, go into debug, give myself that trait so that I can see, or I could just start a really quick farmer character, could I? Maybe. I'm gonna just check if that works, because the farmer character gets all of this stuff, don't they? Well, actually, January, February, March. I'm pretty sure March is a 31. Yeah. Doesn't matter the setting. Corn farmer, livestock farmer? Oh yeah. Where's Green Thumb? Gardener. Doesn't matter. I'm not gonna be on the character for very long. Oh no, what happened? Oh no, nothing. I'm just looking up. I'm using the farmer trait to look at the crops because the wiki's not clear, and I don't remember it offhand. And Higgins doesn't have the information available, and I used to know it. I just don't right now. I can't remember. So this is my solution. Otherwise, I'd have to load up debug. Close the game, load up debug, check it, then go back. Yeah, here, 1 second. You should have all the recipes now. So we want sunflowers, specifically right here. So sunflowers take 90 days to grow. April, May, June. Okay, so then it's not March. So I had that wrong, So its grow time exactly 1 day over is 91 days, right? If you plant them in April, on the 1st of April, then you grow them. You'll be able to harvest them by the end. Right? Because if you were to plant them in their best month, which is May, right? Then 30 days they're out of their best month. So it just ends up being bad. They'll probably be dead. This is why the greenhouses need to be in before they did the big change with the agriculture. But I know that that's difficult. You were thinking, yeah, it's not done in a way that even in apocalypse you'd have to really be watching the crops to take care of them. Yeah, I'm hoping that the greenhouses come into effect because what greenhouses do is they make it so that the season doesn't matter and the outdoor doesn't matter, right? So you can grow stuff even in winter. You can keep growing things indoors. It's an indoor area that it's like Stardew Valley. It's a time sort of like time and they don't matter anymore. So you can grow crops at all times. You just have to, if the greenhouses existed, it would be fine. Even with the ridiculousness expectation of the current amounts of stuff. I can wait an in-game year for crops, but the thing is they have to exist in a space that they are going to actually grow, and currently they won't. You will get like maybe one or two crops that somehow by a miracle's edge pull it through, but that's it. They're not gonna. The bulk of your crops are dead, unless you're really like I said. If I had planted them in April, it takes 90 days to grow, and April through to June is 91 days. I have 1 day's grace. I can plant them on April 2nd. Of course, that's not entirely true because they can survive outside of their month for a little bit, but oh well. You found the post? I know generally how the plants work. It's just I know, and I know lemongrass when you plant it near them, it helps them. And that's kind of what you're supposed to do now, sort of, is to plant the lemongrass next to the crops that you want to and to help bolster them and sort of space it. Um, it looks like a chart. It looks like just text all over. Yeah, it's a kind of a complicated thing. And long story short, though, is that if greenhouses were in, then things would be easier in that way. You could actually grow crops. You would just be doing the time portion of it instead of the time and the crop management and all of that other stuff. I think Barry, who is an actual farmer, like had also said that it's not how it works in farming. Not that it needs to. It doesn't need to be realistic. It just needs to match my time investment. That's all. I don't care if it's good, so long because it's passive doesn't mean that it shouldn't at least be worth something, you know? Currently it's not worth anything. The only crop worth growing at the moment, arguably, I guess, is cabbage, but also because of it's only 60 days, so you can kind of viably grow it within its time frame. And then also sunflower seeds are good because when you harvest them, you get a sunflower seed head, and the sunflower seed head gives you a big bunch of seeds, which then you can grind down into seed oil, which then, you know, is sunflowers, like it's vegetable oil. Vegetable oil is an equivalent to butter. They're similar. So it's a way to make butter without making butter, you know? I think Grim Hiker had that stuff going when he was playing Rat Race. Yeah, sunflowers are great, but I missed my time period because I was kind of focused on rabbits and trying to balance stuff, and I was happy about having the ability to fish again because my game was finally reaching spring, and then fish became a bust. So it's not as viable as what it once was. Yeah, corn is good for cornmeal. That's true. Good point. I did forget about that. And also flax. Flax is also good for the same reason as sunflowers. But flax also gives you flax, which is something that you could turn into more clothing and such, right? Yeah, it'd be kind of cool to do brewing. While we're at it, it would give you a reason to grow flowers. And combine it with putting the bees in a greenhouse with flowers growing on a cyclical cycle. You grow flowers, each flowers apply a bonus to the honey yield, and then you know, it'd be cool. Yeah, I agree. Bees would do wonders in PZ. That'd be cool. And that opens up the options for, like, you know, you could put honey in meals, honey in beverages. And like you said, meads, wines, ciders. You could actually start really expand. They've already got all of the different alcohols. Like they've got scotch, bourbons, etc., you know? whiskeys, wines, vodkas. They're all in the game. Tequila. It's all here. They have it all separated into different alcohol categories. And then you could use that as sort of as like essentially ways to get rid of panic and sadness. I know that's not how it works, but you know, like I mean, yeah. So I am glad that I looked at that. So we're supposed to go. Yeah, it would be cool to plant a bunch of flowers in different spots and then benefit from them. It's sort of like in Vintage Story when we had our bees going. Specifically, it was Radford who got the bees going, and then just suddenly a bunch of plants everywhere. It was great. It aesthetically made the area nicer as well as was kind of cool. Yeah, so I'll do 3 sets of squats. The reason why I'm doing squats now instead of doing push-ups or any of the other stuff, any fitnesses, I don't need to do the other fitnesses. Not for a while, because I want to get squats caught up or to level 9, and then once that's done, you know, we'll finish it off, kind of thing. With combat, I don't really need to do exercise ever again, and we'll move on to reloading, which is gonna take a long time. Let's see. All right. Well, we did some science. We figured out some stuff. We managed to get 20 or so rabbits, so that's good. Our rabbits are decent. This area is starting to thin out quite considerably. So we've got most of this neighborhood under control. We're starting to push out this way. I think I should do this section of neighborhood next, but so we'll do all maybe Walker Road. I should kind of also keep pushing down Dixie Highway though. The rest of the Muldrow Strip. Because these definitely are like that. We managed to get our carving up though as well. We're about to get to level 7 fitness, which will be useful. I should start making some more long blades. That would help out considerably. Okay. Yeah, I think that we've done a good job today. It's a good stopping point. We just shy of 16,000, but you know, it's fine. Anyways, just a reminder that I'm probably going to be playing RimWorld tomorrow because the Odyssey DLC did drop, but I wanted to put a little bit more time into Rat Race, so you know, we'll figure out what we're doing here soon. But more than likely, I'll be playing Odyssey, trying to make a frog army. Not space. I'm gonna be doing the animal stuff is my plan. So, and then we're gonna try and make a frog army, an intelligent frog army. I don't know how it's gonna work, but I know that they added frogs, and I want to try and get as many as I can, like hundreds of frogs, if I can. We'll see. Yeah, the frog space program. Sure. Anyways, wrap it up there, and let's find somebody to raid. Somebody who we can make their day just a little bit brighter. Yeah, we could raid Rural. Maybe. Yeah, let's raid Rural. Rural can have a... He's doing Odyssey right now, so you guys can have a sort of a peek at how the ships and stuff work. It's been my absolute pleasure as always. I will see you guys next time. Ta!